is to go into executive session to discuss the strategy with respect to GC Federa contracting versus Cpdc. And so I think we do need to take, oh, here comes Katrina. Give her a minute to get settled in. Katrina, when you get settled in, we're gonna take a vote to go into executive session. We just started 60 seconds ago. So I guess we just need a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into an executive session.
Like to second that?
Okay, all in favor?
Sorry, friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Move to go into executive session under purpose 3 because relative to the litigation involving 459 Main Street, because an open session may have a detrimental impact on the litigating position of the public body as declared by the chair, and to invite Julie Mercier, Andrew McNichols, Ethan Dively, and Ibria Freed to attend and to return to open session and continue on with the meeting at the conclusion.
Well, that was much better done. Thank you, Ibria. Okay.
You expect me to remember
All in favor of the motion as amended?
Aye.
None opposed? All right.
Sorry, roll call vote.
Oh, roll call
Sorry.
vote, of course. Okay, roll call vote. Okay, so in favor, Tony,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Pam,
Aye. Katrina,
Aye.
Heather, aye. How'd we do, Ibria?
Perfect.
Okay,
Thanks, guys.
so with that, we are going into closed session. So we beg your forgiveness and ask you to just maybe step outside and we'll probably shut the door.
But then
pass it back on and we can start whenever.
Alrighty, so we're ready to move on then to the next agenda item, which is a public hearing regarding the release of funds for the three-party agreement at the Veterans Way
Still
subdivision.
letting people in the Zoom room.
Okay, why don't we'll start again then when people are here.
Can you screen share? Yes, it was it's just not provided.
And there's a hearing notice for that one, right?
It was just provided to the residents of Veterans Way and then also to the bank and to the developer as required. That's all that's required.
Okay. Are people in, do you think?
Time, I have everybody, from the waiting room.
Okay, so we'll announce it again that what we're doing is welcome everybody. Oh, do you, because we didn't do this before, Julie, do you want to do the thing where you talk about
Sure.
the hearing procedures on Zoom?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
So, hello everybody. Welcome to the Cpdc meeting of Monday, November 7th. Did I get that right? Yeah. So the meeting is being held in a hybrid format here in person and also on Zoom. Typically the way these things run is that if you're on Zoom, we need you to stay muted at all times unless you have a comment. And the project proponent will give a presentation to the Cpdc. The Cpdc members will discuss it, and then at some point the chair will open it up to public comment. If you have a comment to make either in person or over Zoom, you can raise your hand. And on Zoom, it's under reactions still, or did that get updated too? Okay. There's a raise hand feature, and we will see you and let the chair know.
Okay, wonderful, thank
Thanks.
you. So now we are moving on to the public hearing for the release of funds for the three-party agreement at the Veterans Way subdivision. And we do have a notice of public hearing to be read.
I can't possibly see. Oh, you can, excellent.
All right, I will read our notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given that pursuant to section 81U of chapter 41 of the Massachusetts General Law, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a hearing on Monday, November 7th, 2022 at 8 p.m. in the Select Board Room at Reading Town Hall and through remote and online measures below. To consider whether to call for the release of funds held pursuant to the three-party agreement between Lowell 5-Cent Saving Banks, Jacqueline Welsh, as trustee of the Veterans Way Realty Trust and the town of Reading, and by through its Community Planning and Development Commission, said agreement recorded at the Middlesex South Registry of Deeds at 71298, page 155, for the purpose of completing outstanding work at the Veterans Way subdivision, Assessors Map 45, lots 104, 106, 109, and 110, and Assessors Map 51, lots 164 and 165 in Reading, Massachusetts. Information related to this hearing is available to the public at Town Hall by appointment and on the Town Hall website the Thursday prior to the hearing.
Okay, so who's presenting on this topic?
So we have Orion Percival, town engineer, here on Zoom. We have the developer, Jackie Welch, in the audience. And we also have town council here with us, since this is not something that staff have ever been involved in, at least
Okay.
since I've been here, so.
Okay. This is all.
Yeah, so I can just give like
Relatively
a recap kind of for you. So some of you who've been involved in the subdivision process in town know that typically as part of the, like after you issue a decision and when the plans get endorsed, there is a covenant that is overarching for the property, and then typically also some form of surety, which in this case is a three-party agreement between the developer, the bank, and the town, right? So, and the surety really is to cover construction of the roadway related to the subdivision, and it gives the ability for the Cpdc at any point to say, okay, the subdivision, like if the developer were to walk away, and the town needed to step in and finish the work, the Cpdc could pull the bond, and then the town would step in and do the work. It's not something that I've ever seen in my experience happen, but we there has been pressure recently on staff to try to get things moving more at this subdivision, and so we were in communication with the developer, and when certain things didn't happen according to certain timeframes that we had agreed on, we decided that we would have a public hearing so you could decide whether to call the bond. Some work has been done in recent weeks that has maybe rendered this hearing as more of a discussion or an update, but that's up to you. And Ryan can give an update on what is left to be done at the subdivision.
Okay.
So, is that helpful?
Julie, just so I heard you correctly. So what you said is whether the CPDC should call the bond, which means that we should take the money and apply it to work to be done by either DPW or a contractor.
Exactly. And typically the bond amount is decided, we get an estimate from the developer about how much they think things will cost, and then the town engineering office reviews it and increases it to account for prevailing wage, which is what we have to, as town employees, follow under the law. So we do have a breakdown from Ryan Percival about what's left and what that should cost, and then what we have. I believe there's about $96,000 remaining in the CPDC's bond for this project. So did I miss anything, Ryan?
No, I think that's it. I think you hit it all.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Ryan, and give us the update?
Andrew, did you have access to that spreadsheet? I don't know if
I do.
You wanted to put that up.
Pull that up.
while you're looking for that, I can tell you that as of last Friday, the top course of pavement has been installed. Really what that brings us down to now remaining, and they've loomed and seeded all of the tree lawn areas, all the sidelines, slope easements, all the utilities are in. As you just start scrolling down, this was generated prior to Friday's paving. So essentially, if you were to zero out those items, I think what remains left are stone bounds, as-built, certification of bound work. We would certainly want to hold the tree lawn, lumen seed, and trees until the spring to make sure that it gets through a growing season. Everything seems, we've had a nice warm November and October, so everything's popping now. So that's really good. Hopefully we'll have a nice growing season when it comes back in the spring. But short of removing some of the pavement, I think that brings it down roughly in total by 20,000. That number would be somewhere around 70,000 or so, what we would see left on that bond. I would say at this point that subdivision is substantially complete in the sense that the majority of all the items are completed, except for what we like to call the engineering items, the as-built, the street acceptance, the bond certification. And again, we're really holding those lumen seed items just to make sure we get a growing season in. So that's where we're at now. It was been some good effort from the developer in the recent month to get to that point, and we do appreciate them following a schedule to get to that point. And so that's where we're at as of today.
So go ahead.
So Ryan, what I hear you saying is that everything that's left on here now to be done are things that you wouldn't expect to be done during this time period, right? Call it winter. Although today didn't feel that way, right? You wouldn't expect that anything else would or should be done at this point.
Correct. I mean, where they're at now, they would be at the phase of doing the as-built and starting that from this point forward. So they haven't delayed in that work. They haven't just got to that. They just got to that point where they're able to do that work. There's certainly some things they can do in the winter time, in the fall time, if we ever get into the fall. It seems like we're still in late summer. But they can certainly do some bound work. They can do some as-built and things of that nature if the snow holds off the ground. And then, we're going to want to carry those items anyway until we're done reviewing all of the as-built to make sure, the utilities that we can't see or that we don't have elevations on for the profiles, they're carrying the correct profiles and things like that. So we do have, some money in that bond to take care of them.
So what we're doing is we're calling the bond, which means taking and
You are not,
No.
you're
Tell me
you're
what-
not
tell me
calling
what
the
we're
bond,
doing.
you're having a public hearing to decide whether you should call the bond.
okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
So
If-
I think from what I heard Ryan say is that there's not, with the work that was recently done, there's no reason to call the bond.
Yes, okay.
That it's sort of, it's okay
It's
with
in
the way
progress.
it's in progress and there's a comfort level that things are proceeding now according to a schedule that has been developed.
So is there a time frame, say, come spring, if we were to say, okay, let's put a pin in this for now and we should know by May, June, if things are still proceeding as they should, where we can even just get a kind of an update from Julie? What's the time frame with the things that are now held until winter passes, that where you think it would be all done, it should be all done? Is that?
See there?
Are you there?
I could take a stab at that, Julie.
What's reasonable? What's reasonable? I'm just thinking about
I
if we're keeping an eye on this.
When we're looking at subdivisions and we're looking at developments like this, that all the work that has been completed to date really kind of completes the subdivision as you would drive down the subdivision, right? So what's remaining is all the engineering components. I would say giving them a generous potential break through the winter time if they have snow. I would say somewhere around May is a good time to check in. I think with the remaining work they have, they can certainly get that done sooner if they really push really hard to want to get it done. At this point, I wouldn't recommend you call the bond. I think they made a substantial effort to get the work to where they're at now. Like I said, the final course of payments done, all the plantings are in. Now we're sort of in a little waiting period to see if all that, the plantings take and things like that happen.
Okay, I get it. Any other questions or thoughts?
Just next steps.
Well, and we should see if there's any, this is a hearing, we should see if there are any comments or questions from the audience here or on Zoom. Yes, when you speak, could you please come up and stand on that little orange piece of tape, because then the camera can.
Hi Cpdc, I'm Nelson Lau, I'm a resident in Veterans Way, representing some of the other neighbors living in Veterans Way. And I wanted a clarification from the town engineer Ryan Percival saying that he thought all the utilities were completed. Do you also mean that's the case with the street lamp?
From RMLD, the street lamp that was,
Yes, because there's no street lamp there yet.
my understanding is RMLD has been paid their fee. That have to be coordinated, that have to be confirmed by the developer, but my understanding is that that fee has been paid. So the installation really is between the developer and RMLD at this point to get that installed. So there's a fee that needs to be paid for that to be installed. I believe that's been paid. As you can see, it's on our sheet and we carry it as a 0. We can double check that if we need to carry that fee, but once that fee is paid, we don't carry that anymore.
I see. So it's been paid, but it hasn't been completed yet.
The fee has been paid. My understanding is the lamp has not been installed yet.
Okay,
Street light.
great. I just wanted that clarification.
All right, we'll keep an
Thank
eye
you.
on that, thank you. You look like you wanted to say something. I'm not putting you on the spot, but you look like you kind of had a response.
So,
So if you just stand on that orange piece of tape, thank you.
Jackie Welch, so about the street lamp, there is a little bit of miscommunication about an easement and then it'll be installed. So the fee was paid and we just have to find the easement. It doesn't appear to be recorded, so I have the language written out and I just can't find the recording of it, so we're working through that.
Okay,
But other than that, once they have that, worst case, I go record it and then they'll have it in. So maybe a couple weeks.
thank you. Any other comments here or on Zoom?
Do not have anyone on Zoom.
Okay, so do we need any action?
I don't know.
Close
if you need
the
to,
hearing?
Yeah, you'd need to close the hearing, but I don't know if you need to like vote to not call the bond or if you just close the hearing and.
Yeah, cause we're still leaving the option open if we need to do that later, right? Okay.
Well, we'd have to do a whole new hearing if you were gonna do it later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alright, so I think we just need a motion to close the hearing.
A motion to close the hearing.
And we don't do roll call for this, right?
I
Just,
don't think
okay,
you have
all
to
in
'cause you're on
favor?
here.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next item, which is a sign permit application for 77 Haven Street, Rocco's Hair Salon. Do we have someone here to present on that?
Over Zoom, we have fast signs. I believe it's Nick.
Yes, I'm here.
Let me pull up your renderings, Nick. 1 second.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so just to state it, my name is Nick. I'm from Fast Signs of Woburn, and Rocco's Hair Salon is seeking to have a storefront sign. This is a halo backlit sign, so it's basically a reverse channel letter. The illumination, the LEDs are inside the letters, and it emits out the back of each letter, and it creates that halo effect as you see in the example. Only the words Rocco's is going to be illuminated. Hair salon, you can't fit LED modules inside those letters. They're too thin, so we're only gonna do it for the top line, and yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. They're stainless steel letters. That's typical of these types of signs. 2 inches thick is very typical, and they're spaced off the wall 1.5 inches, which is also, all this stuff is pretty standard.
All right, I'll start with your sign application.
Okay.
You've got the length and width, your width is 70.25, your length is 12.25, but it appears that only includes the Rocco's. It does not include the hair salon.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a mistake on the application then.
All right, that will need to be updated.
Okay.
Are there particular hours that the sign will be illuminated?
I'll put that on the creative and we'll make sure that, what are the hours that should be?
Unfortunately, there are none.
Oh, okay, so 24/7. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'll talk with the business owner, but I would assume from sundown to sunrise. Is that acceptable?
I'm always trying to get a little bit of darkness.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a sign lit up at 2 a.m., especially for a hairstylist, but
Yeah, that's a good point.
What are your hours of operation?
I would assume that they would be closed by 8 or 9. I'm just guessing, but I would assume that they would be closed by 8 or 9. Right. So.
I would hope you'd put it on a timer, even if you planned on having it on forever, simply so that you could save a little bit of electricity and shut it off at night.
Yeah. So should we just do when it's sunny outside, you can't see the halo effect at all. When it is dark, it's a very muted effect. A lot of residential towns like backlighting because it's not as prominent as front lit channel letters. But even having said that, we could do like 5 to midnight or 5 to 11 or 6 to 11, given the winter.
Well, dusk to 11 seems like a reasonable time.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll make that note.
I would
Thank
say
you.
dusk, it's dark at like 4:30 again now.
Yep. Okay, so I got that. What else?
Any other questions or comments?
Is the existing blade sign being removed?
Yes, that will be removed.
got it. Apologies if I missed that.
Could you say that again? Sorry.
I just said got it. Apologies if I missed that.
I can't make it out.
fine.
She just said
It's all
sorry
fine.
she missed that. It's all
Sorry I
good.
missed it in the application.
All right. Anything else? I think this looks fine and nice.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
comments from the audience? Any comments from Zoom?
Check. I have no hands raised.
Okay. I think we need a motion to approve this, right?
Yep, so as Tony mentioned, I did also note that the application needed to be revised for the correct width and total square footage,
Yeah.
but we did calculate it in the C of A. Do we need a condition on illumination hours? Can we?
I will accept the applicant's good nature and that they will follow through on what they've said they would do.
Yeah, we'll update that on the creative. We'll make sure that happens.
Okay, thank you.
The square footage, I just want to verify, right, with the did you just say that with the correct square footage, there's no issue in terms of their signage? I mean, it's not
There
a
is
huge
no
sign.
issue, no, yeah. Total is about approximately 8 square feet versus the 7.
Yeah, they've got like 6
Yeah,
and they've got 13 and a half feet across the board, which would
so
give
that's
them,
26 plus feet.
27 feet, so they're good.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll just say that there's been plenty of businesses where we haven't restricted the hours of lighting. So, I mean, I go along with you that I think it's a good suggestion not to. I mean,
A good kind of
a good to request that they don't have it lit up at 2 in the morning when they, right, don't need to.
But not a condition.
But not a condition.
Okay.
And thank you for taking that request.
Yes.
Electricity is expensive. Okay, any other thoughts on the certificate of appropriateness? Okay. Would you like to move that we approve it?
Yes. Motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the sign for 77 Haven Street, Rocco's Hair Salon.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all approved, none opposed.
Great, I will get you that certificate sometime this week, Nick.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, also at 8:30, we have the continued public hearing for the 40R plan review at 25 Haven Street. Is that you all?
That is us.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Attorney Josh Latham here tonight on behalf of 25 Haven Street LLC, the owner of the property at 25 Haven Street. We're here tonight on a continued public hearing relative to an application for a redevelopment of this site under the Downtown Smart Growth District. We last appeared before you on June 13th. I know it's been many continuances since. A lot of that has been efforts of trying to incorporate a lot of comments that we received. Trying to serve many masters makes it very difficult, but I think we've come up with a pretty good solution to the project. As with any time that you're trying to address many different interests, we did have to make certain sacrifices. I'm going to go over that tonight. I have a very brief presentation just to kind of remind you of where we are with the project and show you what our current concept looks like. So this first sheet just really shows you what the new design is. I'll go through some of the changes, but really what we have is a reduced size, scale, massing, reduced density, reduced unit count, reduced parking, reduced gross floor area. So really it's kind of moving in the right direction on all of those points that we heard last time. Andrew, do you mind going to the next one? And just to hit on who the design team is, with me this evening, we have Liam, who's the representative of the owner of the property. And then we have Donnie Garrity as our architect in person, and then we have David O'Sullivan remotely. We don't have the engineer here tonight, but the idea is, based on feedback tonight, we'll update all of our civil drawings and come back and have a full presentation with the engineer at that time. Next slide, please. So I know this is a very busy slide. What I was trying to do is hit on a comparison of what's required under the Downtown Smart Growth District. What we had in that second column is under the 25-unit proposal we last presented to you. And then the third column is what we're presenting tonight. I've also called out, this is really the bird's eye view of the layout under this 12-unit proposal. Calling out some of the green windows are really what I think the benefits are of this change. So just to go through some of the metrics, you're looking from 25 to 12 units. That does result in eliminating affordables. It's a cost comparison we have to do, and once we reduce units, it's obviously a question of opening a lot of other opportunities for the site. But we think it was a necessary sacrifice here, which allows for a better project. Going down to the density, we've gone from a 58.1 density to a 27.1 per acre density. Looking at the parking ratio, we now have 16 instead of 32 spaces, which allows for 1.33 as our ratio, which obviously exceeds what the bylaw requires. Our gross floor area reduced from 52,000 plus down to about 30,000 square feet. Our floor area ratio is significantly different. It's gone from 2.33 to a 1.58. As you may recall, the zoning requires 2.8, so this is a significant change. Lot coverage, we're down from 87 to 69%. Height, we're still at 44. That's a necessary part of trying to provide somewhat bigger units that will provide the same kind of return. Then going down to retail, I know that's small, but the intent there is to show both the commercial indoor space, which is the column on the first, where we used to have 2,703 square feet of interior commercial space. We now are showing 3,848, so over 1,000 more square feet internally. We're also increasing the outdoor dining area, the patio area, that program space. We're going from 501 square feet to 875 square feet. We're also showing a much better ratio. So certainly we're doing more commercial, less residential. So what we're showing here is now about 15.7% of this gross floor area is now going to be commercial dedicated space. And then lastly, looking at the open space. I think if you even just look at the plan on the left, you'll see there's a lot more green than there was before. There was really a very full development that we were proposing previously. What we're now showing is a scale back. We're trying to obviously provide a lot more green space. We're also providing a proposed pathway. And this was something we heard a lot during the last public hearing, of this idea of maybe creating a civic space, a public alley, much like we see at Bunratty's, in that alley to the parking space, that we can provide for pedestrians crossing from Haven over to Green Street. If you also consider that by closing the curb cut on Haven Street, we're creating an uninterrupted, continuous pedestrian pathway down the sidewalk now, with continuous retail programming down the street. And we're also giving the town, there's an opportunity with this curb cut closure to potentially have 2 to 3 more parking spaces on the street. So certainly it's not on our site, but it does give that opportunity to increase parking nearby. Obviously, we mentioned the outdoor dining space. This also allowed us, with a smaller scale and massing, to provide some buffer and green space. And that includes at least 16 foot of a setback from the property line on the eastern side and a 10-foot setback on the western side. Now, currently, the existing building is a 0-foot setback on the western lot line. So part of this from our last hearing was trying to fit so much of what we're trying to do within the existing facade. That would require that we go to a 0-foot setback. And looking at everything, it was constraining how we could do the commercial space, our access ways for the first floor. It was really hard to work around that. And as a result, we are no longer proposing to preserve that historic facade for the automobile. But we do think that this allows for a lot of other public benefits and other benefits at the site. If we go to the next slide, please. And another busy slide. This is just to put us in comparison to the other 40R mixed-use projects approved in town. You'll see where the top one, I did this by date of approval. So from obviously the bottom being the oldest and then leading up to where we are today. The key takeaways on this slide is really that we would be the lowest density of any 40R mixed-use project by a lot. You know, we're at 1.8 We're at 27.1. I mean, the next closest we're looking at is 52. So we're really hitting that well. The next one is we'd have the lowest floor area ratio of any other mixed-use 40R project. We're proposing would be a 1.58. The next closest is that 2.033 from Chute Street. And lastly, I know this seems strange to say we're the third most commercial space, but the only two that are ahead of us were approved at the Postmark and Ace Flats in 2017. Actually, sorry, 30 Haven Street and Postmark, 2010, 2017. In all that time, we're the only one that have really come in and provided this much commercial space with these lower ratios. Obviously, the residential is supporting the commercial. And so we're really trying to hit the margins on this very well and provide what we think is a good project. I've talked a lot. With that, I'm going to turn over to our architect who can hit on the design features. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Hello, everybody. I'm Donnie Garrity with Sullivan Architects. So Josh gave a great outline of where we're at right now, and to kind of highlight some of these points here, starting with the ground floor, that connected path along the east side is something that we heard loud and clear. We thought we could provide that. Everything kind of worked off of these new outdoor spaces that we were trying to provide. So, we've had great feedback with the outdoor commercial space. So we left that in that Haven Street corner that's left over in that triangular space. And the flow of the commercial and residential lobbies along Haven, we're able to maximize the footprint of the building now with this space, as we've taken the parking and pulled it towards the rear, where now this is a surface parking lot, except for those several spaces that are tucked into the building. Those will be covered. So those would be much like 2 Haven across the street, where it's an open concept parking lot with some covered spaces. All of the ground floor spaces have access to the parking areas. Our trash services would be accessed also off of Green Street off the back. We have a space for the temporary loading zone in this new outdoor space. There's no building height limitations of pulling it into the garage anymore. That can come onto site now. Also on the back there is a proposed transformer location in the south west corner there. We did have preliminary talks with RMLD on that. They are hoping that would be on service off of Haven Street. But I think the takeaway there is we now have ample space to slide that wherever it needs to happen. And it could be along that west side where we think it's appropriate now, or we can look at another spot. But what we were able to do is pull the massing of the new development and create that street front along Haven Street while pulling up the building away from Green Street and the smaller buildings along that street. And if you go to the next slide, please. So as we move up floors 2 and 3, the residential typical floors, we have 5 units on these levels, 2 bedrooms and one bedroom unit. The units are a little bit bigger. We're trying to capture some larger spaces for these units to make up for the smaller unit count. You can click up it. We're also trying to provide private outdoor space for all the units. So every unit has private, dedicated outdoor space. On the 4th level, we have pulled the building back to the midpoint so that we have a 30-foot setback from Haven Street now and a 22 from the west side. So the massing on the top level is in the middle of the site, trying to mitigate the presence of that top floor. This provided us opportunity for some private roof decks for these 2 penthouse units. We've also created a common amenity roof deck for the remainder of the building, access there in the Haven Street corner there, facing the depot. You go to the elevation. On the roof plan here, just quickly, is dedicated for the mechanicals and any of the HVAC equipment we're trying to get up to that high roof, out of sight lines, out of the public and private outdoor spaces we're creating on the floors below. Next slide, please. In the facade here along Haven Street, we have a mix of brick masonry for the new commercial space and residential lobby that's marcated by the overhangs of the building bay and the balcony recesses that have created a natural entry point and coverage for the entries into these new spaces. The upper residential levels is a fiber cement high density composite panel, a mix of smooth and ribbed textured panels. So the white and the gray would be a smooth textured panel, where gray would be kind of marking the center residential entry, also on the recessed top floor. The accent color is that rib texture to break up the facade materials. And then storefront along the commercial spaces along Haven Street there. On the left-hand side on that image is that outdoor private patio space for what's thought of as a potential restaurant space there. If you could scroll down, please, Anna. On the rear here is kind of in shadow is those recessed parking areas there. On the left of the brick is a trash services room and a continuation of the paneled facades with the large windows for the residential units. If you go to the next slide, please. Another comment we heard on this image, this is the side for the above the outdoor commercial space. So you can see a continuation again of the large windows. The balconies are for the private use of the units. And then down below, Andrew, if you could, one of the ads that we were able to do for that, we have that 10-foot setback along the west side, was creating more opportunity for window wall along that facade. We heard that as a comment last time, worried about that being a blank facade. So now that we have more room there, we're able to really populate that with more windows. We reintroduced balconies on that facade, and then there's the one private roof deck recessed on the 4th floor there on that elevation. So left-hand side there's Haven Street, on the right would be Green Street. And then if you go to the next slides, please. It's a series of illustratives here to kind of show the project. On the right-hand side is that new path going by the building now that has an egress connector path for our stair. But you can see that's an opportunity for a new green connective path between the buildings. The commercial spaces present along Haven Street as the building rises up. The 4th floor is stepped back so far. It's mitigated mostly, it's just partially visible from across the street. Scroll to the next one, please. Looking back the other way, this is how that private outdoor commercial space could happen with that path that meets out on Haven Street and meanders back and connects to the rear neighborhood of Green Street there. So setting up a little bit of a semi-public, semi-private outdoor spaces on that corner of the building. Next slide, please. In the upper left, that's kind of the back side of that path, kind of from Green Street looking towards Haven. So 30 Havens in the background there with the large cornice there, as that path can develop the landscaping and how that path comes to fruition. But you can see here how the parking serves the building, outdoor surface parking with some tucked in under the building. And then the image below is the image from the depot looking back at the building. The takeaway here is we're able to provide much more landscaped area from the Green Street side. I know it's a lot of parking and pavement from this view here between the road, the two roads coming together, the auto body and the back of house parking for both buildings. But the other thing is that facade on the end there now has a little bit more presence than just the blank facade where we were locked in on that 0 lot line previously. Next slide, please. Couple more images showing the building in total here, and then the one below, Andrew. Another one showing those commercial spaces and how that massing is broken down using the recesses of the balconies to break down that facade, and then the 4th floor setback from the street. On the last slide is some building sections, but These show the step backs that we've incorporated on that left side, if you will, facing the depot. We have a 10-foot setback for the main building. It increases up to the 22.5 feet, I believe, up on the 4th floor. The section below, thank you. Haven Street is on the right-hand side. You can see we're close to having that main building facade along the street with the large 30-foot plus setback on the 4th floor. And then, forgive me, I forgot the distance from Green Street property line, but our minimum is 25 feet at our closest corner. And as that property line peels away, we increase to 60 plus feet where the parking resides. So that is the new layout.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation tonight. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you bring back the Green Street side, that is the south side of this property, to show it's the south side?
Did you want that one or the vantage point from the train depot?
Not from train depot, but from the entrance and exit to the parking space, which is what I'm not sure if that is.
The one with the, looking from Browns, I believe is the one you're looking for.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the one, I believe.
Which is sort of across from the depot.
Right.
I actually looked at that.
Right. Right, it's tilted a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
but-
not showing me
Right,
the
but that's pretty
entrance and
close
exit.
to,
Okay.
that's pretty close to that same view. I'm sorry, I just pulled up on
Yeah.
Google Earth.
Okay.
Pretty close to the same view as
Okay.
that one.
Yep.
So,
All right. And how are you addressing the fact that Green Street is one way down to the depot?
I can quickly hit on that. So there was, after the last hearing, I know that Julie met with the farm committee and did discuss with them the idea of perhaps either cutting off a section so it's one way to a point and then two way up to our property line. I believe that the response was that that wasn't favorable. The way we've designed the project is to push the access way as far towards the depot as we can, so that if that comes back, that's something we would support. And we have no, I mean, I actually think it makes a lot of sense to make it two-way, because then we'd have absolutely no traffic having to transit Green Street, especially loading vehicles. And it's something we're willing to continue looking at with the town. But for now, we've designed it so it can be pushed as far down as we can.
Just curious, what was the discussion about, like, the issues? And you guys?
So this is like so many months ago, I think.
Yeah, but I think, like, in my memory, there was concern that, like, if, wait, can you pull it up so we can look at it?
Yeah, so I'm trying to.
If people made a wrong turn in, they'd have to make some awkward movements, then get back out. That was one thing that came up. I'm trying to remember the rest.
That conversation was also when there was two separate garages,
That's
and that
true.
wasn't
in
favorable.
looking at the width of Green Street, right, that your point of it pulling it as close to High Street as possible, right there, it's pretty wide. And I could see, my gut reaction is we probably need to do something to textured pavement, some sort of like islandish thing to be clear that that's as far as you're getting, you know, like some sort of a sort of an oddball thing there at the Green Street entrance, but it's wide enough. I could see if you were talking about the driveway entrance where it is right now, right, that narrows down and that would be tough to do something there. But it looks like, right, you have it.
We try to pull it down.
Yeah, try to pull it forward.
Try to pull it down.
It
There's
looks like
there's
it's
only-
still at the wider part of the street,
Yeah.
is it? Or is that just an optical illusion?
It's like where we're proposing it's probably right around where Green Street is labeled.
Yeah.
And just for reference, we're only proposing 16 parking spaces right now, and I believe that there's 18 existing, so it's a much smaller amount of parking that we're looking at now.
That's all I have.
Other thoughts
I
and
like
questions?
nice improvements.
Yeah, I'll say, wow, you took all those comments that were really sort of just, I know there's a lot, right? There's a lot that we gave you, and seemed to incorporate, almost all of them. So kudos to you in working on that. And I guess I'll say also, right, I know the one sort of probably disappointing part is the not maintaining the facade, but I'll also say with our member that was here before that wasn't, Nick mentioned that, or he recognized sort of the constraint that you guys were working with already in trying to maintain that, and sort of even maybe led you down that path. And I think there's even some questionable value of the facade from a structural, context of what can you really, once you dig into it, what can you really preserve there. So I too bad that that's not part of what you have, but in everything that you were able to bring in, I no concerns or comments, really.
I've got a question. Where do you propose snow storage?
I think we can look at that with the civil engineer. I think we got a couple of opportunities on site.
Okay.
Certainly could develop the best spot for that.
But when we come back, I'll make sure that we address it.
Okay, fine. And when you do come back, it doesn't look like it's going to impact any of the residences nearby, but I would like to see some sort of shadow study just to make sure.
Understood.
Other than that, it's a wonderful project. I like it very much. You've taken everything to heart. I think it would meet even the new zoning requirements.
We did compare, we're very close, very, very close.
It's interesting to know.
Your landscaping's great. What are you gonna be doing about the trees that are on property now?
So one other thing and I know it's been a long time, we're working hard at this, and the idea is we wanted to see your feedback tonight, and we would come back with a landscaping plan, with the lighting, and with the shadow study. The idea being like, once we can really focus in on those, we will come back with that piece next time.
Any other questions or comments? I'll say I was really pleased with what you came back with. Overall I think the scale suits the location, it suits the front, it suits the back quite well. I do have a question on the balconies that aren't the obviously big balconies, but the ones that are kind of inset in the length of the building. How big are those? Approximately?
Along like on Haven Street side.
Yeah, I guess it is the Haven Street side. Hold on.
I think we have.
And on the back side, it looks like there's one on the back side too, where the facade goes along, and then there are a couple of spots, yeah, like there where it's
got it
inside.
at light subspacing.
Yeah, so that one's recessed into the stair, so it's approximately 12 by 10.
Oh, wow.
And that's the same size as the one on the west side. The one on Haven are 6 by, I believe, 12 or 14, I can check.
Oh, so those are still big. It was hard to see when it was just without the scale of the.
I thought the same thing, it
Yeah,
seemed like small.
yeah.
They're pretty big.
They're big, yep.
Yeah, they're big.
I will say, if there's anything even in addition to landscaping that could be done from the vantage point that we were just looking at, where you did from the train depot, remember we had the conversation last time and you've done wonderfully with it, of how there's the front on Haven Street, and really this building has like no back except for along the aisles, along the where you now have the path. If there's anything even more that can be done with that brick wall, that I guess is housing utilities now.
Yeah.
I don't know, like fake windows or something, I think that would help. I envision over time, if landscaping isn't kept up, that's still looking like, when it really is a place that, not now because of what's there, but it really could become kind of like another welcoming, visually welcoming thing if you're at the train depot over toward that center, over toward even that other side of Haven Street, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
One comment, Dave O'Sullivan, one comment on that. I mean, if you think of what goes on at Bunratty's, we basically have that's a real big, long, blank brick wall that has been landscaped, and, you know, you wouldn't even remember that there's a brick wall along there by the dentist. So I think that, you know, as you do landscaping, it's, you know, taken into account. I'm not sure that fake windows would really do anything for this facade.
Fair enough. And by the way, when you mentioned the path, I was one of the people who I thought for a long time it'd be nice to have a little cut through path on that block, and I really like what you've done there.
Yeah, I like the path as well. I'm just noticing on the first floor, like the detailed, oh wait, sorry, if you guys are still talking about the.
Sorry, no, I was trying to pull it up fast.
Although I
enough,
do
but-
see, that was a good comparison on Bunratty's about how there was a little bit of change in depth on the wall, not just a big blank wall, but.
Sorry, yeah, I was just noticing that on the Green Street side, they're not showing the sidewalk. That's just because it's not being shown. It would still be there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, yeah, agreed about all the paths on either side of the building. Those are very nice. It would be nice if there could be a path into the parking lot for anybody exiting from as a pedestrian, or maybe it's from the public path on the side or from Green Street for anybody who's walking into the building.
Makes sense.
Actually, and I realize, I'm remembering, I have another question while you're on that slide. That temporary loading zone, is that in the same place as the parking spaces? Is that what that says?
Well, it's in the drive aisle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, those are leaders. The end of I was just looking at that. The end of what looks like spaces are actually leaders for the dimensions that are showing.
Oh.
So that it doesn't overlap.
Yes, it was looking like it overlaps, but I
Yeah,
didn't
graphically
see
that looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
No, the intention is for that to be in the drive. So all the parking spaces are 9 by 18 with a 26-foot wide drive aisle.
Alright. Other comments from
The curb cut is
the
26 feet.
CPDC?
I think so.
Comments from the audience here? Please come on up.
Good evening, Virginia Adams, Associate Member of the Historical Commission, and speaking on behalf of our past experience from the Historical Commission. We had always, from the very beginning, hoped and encouraged the reuse of the Art Deco design on the facade of this building, because it's probably the last Art Deco commercial building in town. And bit by bit, we're losing the sense of what was in our past. And so we're losing the character that had been developed over many years for the visual aspects of our downtown. So I'm very disappointed personally. I can't speak for the whole commission. We haven't had a meeting on this. But at the very beginning, when they first talked about reusing that site, we were very adamant that it was really important to keep the Art Deco decorations on the reused building. And I had a question too. If the site plan is adopted and granted, would that make the lot more saleable And would the plans be continued on to the new owner? Don't have to answer right now, but think about that a little bit.
Well, my get, but I see somebody nodding and we could get an opinion from the attorney and an opinion from staff, but I would think so.
I'm just raising the issue.
Because,
Thank you very much.
yeah, because the approval is on the property, not
Right.
on the owner, I think.
Thank you.
If you'd like me to quickly address that.
Sure, Andrew also, yeah, either.
No, I was just gonna note Zoom.
What's that? Oh, a Zoom one, okay, if you'd like to speak to it,
Certainly, I would
please.
simply say that you're correct. A permit and approval does run with the land rather than individual. If you look at the Rise building, a lot of these have actually turned over the years. The permit is binding to the extent that if somebody wanted to come in and actually build a 40R, it would have to be that, or they would have to come back to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you say there was a Zoom?
Sorry, and just to also add to that, similar to site plan, there is a 2-year permitting lapse on it with a potential 1-year extension. I'd have to check on the extension, but I
Oh, right,
believe
it's not forever if it doesn't get built.
Right.
Right.
You do have Sarah Brugalacchio on the Zoom call with her hands raised.
Okay, please, Sarah, welcome.
Hi, Sarah Brugalacchio. I'm also, first I wanted to speak on behalf of the Historical Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and like Virginia said, we didn't get to have a chance to discuss this as a group, but I just wanted to sort of have a little, maybe plant some suggestions about if there was if that facade cannot be saved, if there could be something done similar to Ace Art, where there's a historical display in a community area. I know there doesn't seem to be a community room, but maybe in that entry lobby. I just wanted to, and also just to say that the Historical Commission would be happy to work with whoever is going forward with this project to work on some sort of historical display. And also too, that they would hope to have the National Historic Register bronze plaque placed on the building, similar to Ace Art. So that's that part. And then as myself, as someone who owns a house on Green Street, I'm so happy to see all this green space. And I'm so happy to see less density. And I just had a question about if there should be some sort of fencing where those outdoor parking spaces are, just so a car couldn't roll forward if, people were walking along the grass or whatnot. And then if that wider corner there, if there would be some possibility to make that a parklet, maybe with a couple of park benches and one of those little free libraries or something like that, I think it would be really great to sort of add to the community in that area. And I forget, somebody mentioned it already, just to make sure that the sidewalk was going to be continued along there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Okay. Any thoughts or response to those?
Certainly, I think actually a couple of good ideas. We're definitely going to explore whether we can do something by way of remembering the historical nature of the site, something else we can incorporate. So we're going to brainstorm on that for next time. And the idea of expanding from just a public path to perhaps doing some kind of a parklet, we'll look at that as well. We just hadn't really considered it before, but we certainly have some green space here that we might be able to use.
Thanks. And it's kind of related, but on that one rendering that the one illustration that we looked at, so it's on page A311. When you come back, this is the one that shows that back corner, the view 4 from the depot. If you could also show kind of where the sidewalk goes on the building next to it, I had to compare Google Earth with that.
It's a little deceptive.
It's a little bit, it's a weird spot, so it's a little confusing. So if you could just aim to get that accurate, that'll help us, and I'm sure the public too. Any other comments from Zoom?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay. So I think we need to do a continuance, and I think we need to have like a formal request for a continuance, am I right?
If I may.
At this point?
Yeah, so as behalf of the applicant, we'd like to request a continuance, both of the hearing and the decision period. So I guess your next available date in December. I don't know what that is though. I apologize.
So there's a meeting December 12th, you have an opening at 7:30. And then did you figure out like a date to extend the time frame to?
So we will need to submit a definitive subdivision plan by
Right.
December 2nd.
Yeah.
So we do plan to do that to get us to the December 12th hearing, and that would really be the final step, I think.
Okay, and then of the 120-day timeframe for the 40R,
Mhm.
Do you have a date after December or after the January meeting in which they would have time to file a decision?
Oh, certainly, yeah, we can,
Okay.
if you let me know, I guess, what you think the town would need, we can figure all that.
Okay, so currently, I think the extension goes to December 1st, right? That's what's
That was, yeah, I think it was
granted.
December 1st, just on the preliminary subdivision filing.
Oh, it wasn't on the 40R. I'm misunderstanding.
So there's a preliminary subdivision filing and a 40R filing?
Right, so the preliminary subdivision was filed in May to freeze the zoning, May, I
Right.
think.
Correct.
To freeze the zoning, and you have a time frame for having a hearing on that unless we get a continuance request, or unless we.
We'll submit we have to submit a definitive.
Right, you have to
plan.
submit a definitive plan, right?
And that's just to ensure we're still under the prior zoning, even though technically we're really close under the current. But they are slightly different. So we filed the preliminary. There was a 7-month window to file a definitive. That expires December 2nd. So timing wise, all the work we were trying to putting into this new design, it kind of brought us to this point. We only have 30 days to file that definitive now. So we plan to do that this month. That will then take us to December 12th date on the 40R application that we're here on tonight. And then once we get an approval on that with a decision, hopefully, from the commission, I think we actually just kind of wrap up on the definitive subdivision plan. And I'm not even sure if it has to go forward at that point.
So yeah, so in this continuance and extension letter, that you did agree to extend the 120-day 40R time period to
Okay.
December 1st. But so the next meeting is December 12th, right? So we need that to go longer.
Sure.
Right.
So,
And ideally not like December 12th at midnight.
No. So I guess
Just getting it out there.
is there a specific date that would be ideal? I mean, if I come on the 12th, we could extend for a few days after that, unless you want me to do.
So I mean, I think like it would be good to, I don't give you at least
Mhm.
2 more meetings, right? Just
Sure.
in case they have to review the civil and they have questions and need changes, right? Not saying they have to use it all,
Mhm.
but like they could have it if they need it. I think I had suggested January in an email, a January date.
Okay.
Let me see.
Just in case, right, because we haven't seen civil
We haven't
plans yet.
seen civil, right.
This is the first thing we've seen
Exactly.
since,
There's so
right?
much that
I can't imagine, you know, even if there aren't any issues, that there won't be some,
Even narrowing a decision language down, I know
Yeah,
that takes
yeah.
time, so I.
Yeah, and it's hard to imagine something coming in perfect. I mean, as great as you may be planning to do it.
Okay, so I suggested, January 12th. They have a January meeting on the 9th, so that would give them till like that Thursday.
So we'd like to request a continuance, both of, is it the decision date and the
So a
hearing?
continuance of the hearing to December 12th,
Mhm.
7:30, and then an extension of the 120-day timeframe to January 12th. Is that,
We would like to request that.
Quick question, is January 12th the meeting date?
no, January
No,
9th is the
Okay.
meeting date.
Thank you.
And then we have a few more days to
Days to-
file, the staff then have a few more days to file the decision.
Okay, perfect.
And that extension is not something we need to vote on, that's just.
It's probably good, and then we get it in writing and we file it with the town clerk.
Okay.
And then we don't get stuck in that same situation a second
So do
time.
we have one vote or two, one vote to
I would
continue the
vote
hearing
to-
and another to continue the 120
To
decision?
accept
To accept the proposal?
The extension of time, yeah.
Okay.
Before you vote, I just, one last comment. Think about how you would get EV chargers to some of those parking
Yeah.
spots that are not under the building.
Good point.
That's my last comment, thank you.
it's a good place to end.
Yeah.
So I guess we could start with the time extension. And sorry, Julie, is that for 40R and the subdivision?
So no, so the subdivision, they're gonna continue the freeze on their own by filing a definitive plan, so that's not something we need to. Okay. I don't think
No, yeah, that's just
we
on
need to do anything
my.
on that, okay. So that it's to extend the 120-day time frame under chapter 40R. Let me see if I can find it exactly, yeah, for the CPDC to file a decision.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to extend the 120-day time frame under chapter 40R for the CPDC to file a decision to January 12th, 2023 for the 40R project at 25 Haven Street.
And could I make a friendly amendment to
Yes.
say as requested by the applicant?
Yes, as requested by the applicant.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, all in favor, none opposed?
Alrighty, I'd like to make a motion to extend the public hearing for the 40R project at 25 Haven Street to December 12th at 7:30 PM.
Okay, all in favor? All in favor, none opposed. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank
All right, you too.
Yes.
Ooh, almost on time here. Okay, so our next item is the minor site plan review at 581 to 591 Main Street. Thank you. And do we have folks here to present on that?
Yes.
Shaking your head, okay. Yes.
So over the Zoom is Penny Flaherty and George Viekos. Yeah, not many, no new submittals from the last hearing, but the applicant did meet with the RHC. If you guys wish to express those findings in that conversation.
Yeah, we have some written material here, but maybe just a quick verbal rundown would be helpful.
Good. What did you say? Yeah, so we met with the RNC, the historical committee, so we decided that we're going to change the brick from yellow to red to make it more in line with the downtown, the Main Street area, and also to match the bottom of the building. We're gonna have to change the color to red to give it a pleasant look. So that we're planning on making those changes.
Okay, and then last time we talked about, and I saw a little bit of this in the writing, but I'm not sure, we talked about doing something with the brick facade, that it was going to be an awful long brick facade, and doing something with the design of the brick. I saw a suggestion from the historical commission of something like dental molding, I think at the bottom part of the, not at the facade is the wrong word, of the
Yeah, we looked into the dental to the building, and that's gonna add, we're already pretty tight on our budget. We don't really have the additional funds to add this dental. It would add thousands to the cost of the project. It's more time consuming, so the contractor wanted was like pretty much what I said, he was increasing the cost of the project. It's outside of our budget, so we decided that we weren't going to pursue it.
Sorry, I'm looking for the rendering again. Any thoughts from the commission on that or comments?
I guess, my recollection was we were always talking about red brick. So I don't know where the yellow brick came from, but I was just trying to go back. We were always talking about red brick up there.
I think
So,
They
yeah,
presented it with yellow.
so essentially, we're saying no changes from what was presented before.
That's what's being told to us, I
Well,
think.
that's not true because there's yellow brick on the bottom of the building. So the plan was to match the brick to the bottom.
That's not what you presented to us last time.
Okay, so that's the thing. So we're gonna change the color to red and then change the bottom to match the top.
And are you
you
changing that
just
by putting
did-
new brick in, or are you just painting it?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to look at, we don't know, we're gonna have to look at, it's gonna be outside of this, the contractor, it's not something that the contractor would do, we probably would have to find a painter, or basically we're gonna have to see what the color of the brick is gonna look, and we're gonna have to find somebody to match the, exact color to match whatever the brick is on the upper part of the building.
So that statement you just made is about the lower, changing the color of the lower brick.
Right. So the lower is yellow at the moment. So the original plan was to keep the colors the same, but the suggestion was to make it red, and then we're going to change the bottom to match the top.
And you're gonna paint the bottom to match the top.
Yeah, we're going to look at options, what's available. I mean, I'm not an expert at, but there's got to be some way to match it, this similar look to the top.
I don't wanna delay your project, but I wish I had more information about what you were intending there. I'm not, and maybe the historical commission knows what they're talking about, but I'm not keen on the painted brick, I'll say.
Well, we don't have to, we can continue with putting just the brick, that was just a recommendation from the historical committee. We can just keep the brick red on the top and leave the bottom the way it is. That's fine with me too. I was just doing something to appease them, but we're trying to get this because of the safety issues with the building. So we're trying to at least fix the project, get the weight off the building, so it's not a safety concern, and we could still work with the historical committee for other suggestions down the road. But really, we want to get this project completed. Just the safety concern.
Comments from the commission right now?
You can't paint the brick. That will look
It would look terrible.
right? Unless you're gonna replace the brick.
Yeah, that was just an idea.
Yeah.
I just,
So
like I said,
I'm just going back, right? You came to us last time. You were going to put red brick, flat red brick against the top, across the top. We suggested that you work with the Historic Commission to see if you can do something else. We suggested that you put dental in, some sort of, right? You're going to do what you said before with red brick across the top. You're not going to do anything that the Historic Commission suggested or work with us at all. You're going to do what you proposed last time.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
And even last time I heard somebody say, okay, yeah, sure, we can do some dental molding. So if we had said that and conditioned it last time, it probably would have happened. Not dental molding, but dental styling, dental pattern in the brick. I'm feeling a little frustrated.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to there was signage work that the historical committee wanted. We're looking into it, but that's stuff that's outside the masonry contractor wouldn't, that's not stuff you would do. The stuff we would do after so we're not against doing any of this stuff. We're trying to work with them, but we're trying to eliminate the main concern of the weight of the building, so it's the safety concern.
But in a decision, are you going to commit to replacing that yellow brick at the bottom with With red brick, you can't, because you don't even know what you're talking about, right? You don't have a proposal, so you can't commit to anything.
do.
Well, what I'd love to see, so this is, I hear you saying, okay, you can't commit to kind of the signage or the naming of the building that had been requested, which would visually break up that long, that alone would break up the long, flat parapet. If we're making a decision on something, it needs to be a decision on a fuller plan. Because you're coming to us now to approve this, and it's difficult to say, okay, well, we'll approve it, and you'll think about doing those things. If we approve it, clearly the first thing you'll do is replace the parapet, and other things may come, I suppose, as you can afford them. But I'm feeling really challenged to approve this when we're taking a historically significant parapet and replacing it with something that at the very first meeting, several of us said it's not in keeping, not just with the history, but visually, that long flat parapet is something that we all, no, I shouldn't say, we can't speak for others, but at least a couple of us said we're uncomfortable accepting that on such a significant building. So I'm kind of at a loss right now. I don't feel like I can approve something with a hope that we might, that you might keep working with the historical commission on other things that can happen in the future.
I'm sorry, but the historical committee just told us that was just a suggestion that they had. So they just gave us their suggestions, what they would like to happen. So, you know, that's where we went. We're trying, after this project is done, then we will be able to look at different things. But right now, we really need to, for safety concern, to get this done. Now, you're saying the red brick, to do a red brick on the bottom part, correct? Of the building?
I don't know that we're saying that, but I think what we're saying is we don't want to see paint see the brick painted on the bottom of the building.
Well, all right, we could take that off the table. That was a suggestion from the historical committee, so we were gonna look into it. We don't have to do that, so that's fine. But really, if you're looking from our point of view, it's a safety concern to the building, and delaying the project can cause liability. So, we're willing to work with whoever to get this project done as soon as possible. But it sounds like the only thing that's really holding it up is really just cosmetic looks for just a dental on the top. You know, that's the way I look at it. But we could put signage. I mean, there's a signage that the historical committee wanted us to put. We could, I mean, that's something we could look into, but that's not something that this contractor is going to do. He's a specialist for masonry work. You know, we could obviously get somebody that could, you know, build a sign. I think it was the Grant building, and put that on. That's fine.
And then we have so we've got a request for an interpretation. We also have somebody who would like to speak, right? Yes.
Virginia Adams from the Historical Commission. And I don't know whether you had all the correspondence or not, but we did have a special meeting with the proponents, and we called a special meeting just for them. And it was quite amicable. We worked well together, and we came up with these following suggestions. And that was to use red brick on the new facade instead of the yellow, because the building that goes, the portion that goes on Haven Street is all red brick. We suggested add the dental molding along the bottom of the new parapet, which you folks had also said. Keep the original pilasters in place at the door entry. Change the color of the brick from the below the windows to red to make a more continuous building. And we had, one person had suggested that maybe we'd want to suggest a sign that said Grant Block on it to show one of the original owners of the structure. But the more I think about it, if this does not work well, I'm not sure Dr. Ethel Grant would want her name on a building that didn't look up to date and good. And as a result, we thought we had an agreement, and then lo and behold, we received a email back from the proponents saying that they rejected almost all the ideas that we had, and I won't read it all, but essentially they had been rethought their positions and did not follow through in any of our suggestions. So I appreciate the fact that you folks gave us the time to speak with them and try to work out a solution, but
Oh, just a minute. Pardon me. Oh, well, hold on. I don't think she was done yet, so can you wait till she completes and it'll be your turn?
I'm just concluding, actually. But we appreciate the opportunity to speak about this historic structure. And also one of the other suggestions was that the removal of the urns and the decorative pieces should be stored somewhere in case in the future someone wants to replicate those, maybe not in concrete, but in another material. And they would keep the historic aspects of the building. And the people, the applicants chose not to do that as well. So it was not too fruitful.
Okay, thanks. And for the folks on Zoom, we've got Julie's going, Ms. Mercier.
I just wanted to ask, when you're asking them to save the urns and decorative pieces, are you thinking that they would save them somewhere in their building or
Yes.
somewhere else, or that the historical commission would save them?
No, that they would be. Generally, when you have to take artifacts from a historic property, you store them within the property, usually the attic or something, so future owners can have access to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have Sarah Brucolacchio with her hand raised as well.
Okay, and for anybody else who wants to speak on Zoom, would you just please raise your hand? It works best if we have one at a time. And Sarah, I think you're up next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, Sarah Brucolacchio, and I just wanted to add, speaking for the Reading Historical Commission, that there, if work is looking to be done that is along the lines of, restoring, making the building, restoring it to, improving its look and all that, that we do have the Celebration Trust Fund grants. That information is on the town's website, and there is a preservation portion of that. So that could be something that the owners could look into and seeing if they could get some help with doing the dental molding, which I don't know. I don't know what the cost addition was, but it seems like, we've had some brickwork done here. It's just really a matter of like staggering bricks, I think, like turning one out and then flat. I don't know. So, we would be willing to give them, they could find that information. We could email it to them. So just, that was all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to actually put the raise your hand, but is that the only concern if we did the dental, would this project be approved?
Well, I think we need to have some discussion here, but that was like the minimal idea that we had last time.
Right, there's a couple of things here. One is preservation of the historic elements, right? And clearly that's not something that you're interested in doing. Capable of doing, if that's the way you wanted to say it. The other piece is how would CPDC, in terms of design of a building, accept the design of a building that's going to look newer, right? And we typically, try and keep a big flat facade. I mean, certainly there's windows and there's things that will break it up, but we try and encourage something to
break it up.
some detail in there, right? So there's two different issues here that we're talking about. And if we give up on the historic one, I think we still, there is a concern about, you know, it smack dab in the center of town, a building that has, you know, absolutely zero architectural detail on it.
Right, and you know, and I'm thinking, we've talked about dental molding, that was like one of the things, our dental style in the brick, and that was one thing that came to my mind, but you know, you drive around New England and you see all kinds of things, you see patterns, you see insets, you see things that just, especially across, what are those? Is it 3 storefronts? Across a 3 storefront space, something that, just breaks it up and it has some architectural detail, especially when it's right in the center of town. I'm thinking that if this were a brand new building, we wouldn't be accepting that without having it broken up.
Yeah.
Right, and we probably wouldn't have done anything to it, but what happened was when we got the brick was falling off, then the building inspector from Reading came out and said, what are you gonna do about this? And then that's when we went forward and he said, this is a safety issue, you need to, you know, look into it. This is so we temporarily put something in place. And then we wanted to, you know, then he said, well, you need to do something permanent. So that's where we're at now. Now the designs and everything to add is we will end up, you know, it's not going to be a sore thumb on Main Street, but, you know, we'll end up getting to that. But right now we just want to do it for the safety concern. You know, we don't want something happening, you know, and then we're liable, the town's liable. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, making it look good, we will end up, you know, it will look nice, but, you know, right now, it's just a safety concern. We want to get it done. And then we'll look into all the other things that we can do for designs and, you know, and signs and lights. And so.
So what you're coming to us with, though, is to approve this, not the full plan of what you would do.
This is a partial demolition, so we're doing a partial demolition. It's not for, that's what we're coming to you for.
So what's going to compel you to come and do something in 6 months from now?
Well, we need to finish this first for safety concerns, and then we'll come back and we can do the detailed molding. Eventually, you know, hopefully, you know, we can find, we're going to need somebody to design that and put it on. So that's going to be after the fact anyway. So once the building's sturdy, then we can go into it and do the molding.
But we can't compel you to come back and do that.
Right.
So what we have before us is this plan here to either approve or reject, I think. And Julie, it sounded like you wanted to say something.
Well, yeah, I was curious about whether it's possible to have this actually be a 2-step process and have the second step happen, right? So like if they shore it up so the safety issue goes away and then come back with a design, you know, for the parapet, like, but then again, it's like, how can we compel that second part to happen?
Right, and if they're constructing the parapet, then there wouldn't really be a reason to also then take that recent work down and modify it.
Yeah, I'm not really
something
suggesting
else.
that. I was more suggesting if there's like a middle ground to kind of eliminate the safety concern that doesn't involve installing a whole new parapet, right? And then they can come back with a design for it. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but I was wondering also like if there's a way to have the brick design kind of like match in some way. Like I don't know if this is a bad idea or a good idea, so don't throw tomatoes at me, Virginia. But try to have it like in some way mimic or match like some of the like the urn features, or like it looks like there's like fruit or something. Just I don't know.
Or like you've seen the ones that have like little columns
Right.
along the way, yeah.
Right, like in some way.
So could we approve like the partial demolition, but then have like a time certain to come back on an updated design for the rest?
I just don't know how we can force that to happen, right? So
Yeah.
this is, it's not like it's like steps in the you know, building
Not like
permit
full-blown
like
occupancy.
process, right?
And you were gonna say something, Katrina.
Well, yeah. I don't know that like dental molding, I don't know that we're envisioning a type of molding that you could just stick on afterwards.
Right.
No,
I think
it's-
we're envisioning something like within the way that the brick is laid, which maybe is a disconnect between like where you guys were getting that thousands of dollars estimate versus what we're describing. I don't know the cost of these things in detail, but you know, hearing the way Heather described it, like perhaps just a pattern where the bricks, you know, at the bottom of the pyramid turn in different ways to create texture. Like, could that be something that is acceptable?
Andrew, can you go on Google Earth to Reading Quick Stop?
Yes.
Yeah,
Which we looked at last
Or
time.
Professor's Market?
or like here's one right here, just Google all kinds of things.
Show them what you were just looking at too.
I mean,
Oh, yes, there we go. Even something like that.
So that's like a, and
Yes.
brick.
And
Okay,
it's probably true that it probably is a bit more expensive because you're laying bricks at a different angle, but that's what it's all, that still is a tall brick wall, tall brick parapet, the signage, it's broken up in part because the signage is on the parapet, but then it has detail to essentially kind of demark it at the bottom and then again at the top. And that's not extraordinary detail.
So you're saying the top for us to do that detailed work? Is that what you're?
Just to note on the Haven Street side, there is at least one soldier brick course at the top of
That's
the
right.
building, and
Okay.
that's
in comparison, right, to the Comically Speaking, which is a box, right? There's nothing.
Right.
Right, it's a little bit different because it's all.
Yep.
But, right,
That's not
that's,
That's what we're trying to avoid.
That's what we don't want. Well, and that even has, you know, a
That's
little
not
bit
that.
of.
right,
That's not at the comic. So.
right, so we looked at that just to make sure, right, as Katrina mentioned, like, that we're talking about the same thing here, right? That's something that you can't come back afterwards and do, right? You've gotta do that.
You're looking at the top.
The top along, yeah, like in Reading Quick Stop.
Okay. All right.
That's probably more than just dental.
It was
Yeah.
almost like a little bit of
Yeah.
a stepped crown type
I
thing.
think there's a misunderstanding with the applicants as to some of the architectural terms.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why they needed to see the picture.
Well, is there any way that, let's say, is there any way to get, let's say, an approval with the condition that we do it similar to that building?
I think that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
I think that is what we're looking for, but I think we want to see the design before that happens, so that you're not in a position of building it and then people drive down the street and say, whoa, that's not at all what we were talking
But
about.
if we could approve it with the condition that an example of the design be
Yes.
provided to town staff before the
Yes.
work is done.
An illustration of the
Right,
design.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we would have to talk to the architect and the contractor. But yes, if you could approve it with the condition that we could get architectural design sent to you, then we could work with them to.
Then we can start the project, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanna be really explicit, you could start the project, but what we're talking about is different designs in the layout of the brick, so that it's not starting the project and doing the brick and then thinking we're going to change it later, because changing it later would require tearing that brick down and doing something different, so before the construction
No, I
begins.
understand.
we're
We're gonna submit an architectural design similar to that building that you just, if you can send us, what was I think was I don't know the exact address, but I took a picture of it.
You could look down.
519 Main Street.
Okay.
519, yeah, so we could submit something similar to that building, with so if you can prove on the condition that we build it in that design, then we could work towards that. The thing is, we could work with the architect and then talk to the contractor, tomorrow, and we could probably try to get a design to you, hopefully in a week. And, you know, if you at least prove it based on that condition, at least we can start knowing, because again, I'm trying to solve a problem that your own building inspector wants completed, ASAP. So that's my concern.
Well, yeah, then you could
It as
proceed.
a liability.
Then you can
and
proceed
we
with the
want
next
to
steps of the
solve.
planning, right? I'm okay with that. Is anybody not okay with that?
That's just a good
So, I guess maybe just ask, are we committed to red brick on that facade
The top part,
Yeah,
The top.
yes,
yes.
instead of yellow?
and the design for the top.
Yeah.
Do we have a date by which they need to provide additional plans?
Well, they won't be able to get it.
Prior to the close of permit.
Yeah.
Try to.
But we could talk to the architect and the contractor starting tomorrow. So we could get, as soon as we can get the design, we can send it over.
Okay.
So they're saying that they're gonna just have the design. So we're just gonna do the similar design that building has, so you'll just use that as an example. So, is that correct?
Yeah, that's the condition. I understood.
Yeah,
I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, we'll get something to you ASAP.
And if your architect wants to do something even more interesting, yay.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we can afford it, trust me.
If we could afford it, we'd build you the best building
Kinda
in
got thrown into
downtown.
this, so, yeah,
And,
kinda got thrown.
and could you also provide that design to the historical commission at the same time?
Yes, we could send it to Samantha. We could email Samantha.
Yep, we can.
Okay, so you put that in as a condition? Andrew?
Yes, working on it.
Okay.
Share it on the screen. So I mean, I had originally highlighted some preservation of the historic elements, similar to Julie's question earlier. I didn't know if RHC or the town in general was willing to take the urns if they were removed and kept. Maybe if there's a future redevelopment or if we build a retaining wall at a park or something, I don't know what we would do with them. I don't even know. I haven't even asked where we would put them, but
Your desk.
yeah. It was just something I was throwing out there to try to preserve some aspects of the design.
I think they only need to retain one urn and perhaps the different ones, because you can always replicate from that one single example. You don't have to keep all 5 of them. And
Well, the only thing is storage wise, where we don't have the storage for that.
We don't.
So if there's a place that you guys would like to keep them, yeah, absolutely, you can have them.
my house is full.
Yeah. So is ours.
Yeah, it's just the DPW garage or
Or in
the
the historic
archives,
archive.
or we have an attic somewhere above us.
Do we have historic archives?
We do, but it's a pretty packed room.
It's pretty full, yeah.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like, no. It's pretty tight in there.
Should just say the applicant will make them available to whomever may desire them?
No.
No?
They need to be preserved.
Sounds like it's
But they're not.
going against recommended practice to do that, so.
I mean, how much space does it take in a basement?
We rent the basement, so we don't keep any of our stuff. It's the tenants. So they keep their equipment or whatever they keep.
It's a commercial building, so.
Maybe the library. I mean, I don't know. You know, just we'll give up on that one.
You want one?
I would personally probably too. I have a lot of concrete things in it.
Anyone want
Maybe
the
we
further
don't
garden?
include that in the
Decision.
decision, but if anyone has some ideas, right, there's a couple of, it's a week or two, that you could sort of
Oh, we
see
have
how
a
we can
hand
make
here,
that
we have a
work.
suggestion.
Take some photo documentation of it.
That's actually true, minimally, you can take photo documentation, close-up photo documentation. Is that
Oh, okay.
helpful?
Right.
Sorry?
If close-up photo documentation?
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yes, a lot easier to take a picture than store something.
Okay, so yes, at least take some close-up photo documentation, great suggestion.
Okay.
And then we're not going to put it into the decision, but if asking around could be done, somebody might want some garden art and it's, it's preserved out
But
there.
I think
Maybe the garden club,
the intent of
Maybe the
preserving
garden
them
club?
would be to use
show up in the
publicly.
It could show up in the
garden in Elm
square.
Park.
Or maybe asking around like among like town people to see
Well,
if
that's
the
what I
town
mean,
wants it.
see if the
Yeah.
town wants
Badly
it.
take lawn
I have
Just
some
like
thoughts.
anybody.
Yes,
But that kind of loses the perspective of keeping it within the building for future owners.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gone out
Yeah.
here and everywhere.
it is true that
It
way.
seems to me that perhaps they could section off a portion of their basement and store it there. It wouldn't require a lot of space and they wouldn't lose a lot of rent money from a small space.
So here's a suggestion, understanding understanding the history and understanding this true space constraints. It would be a wonderful gesture, applicants, if you could find some space for one of the urns and one of the medallions, should a future owner want to restore things. But I think John's right, that we don't necessarily need to put it in the condition, but it would be a wonderful act of cooperation if you could find a way to do that.
Okay. I mean, we can ask one of the tenants if they're willing to use their basement as a storage. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be for the whole thing. I think the idea is to have the elements so that if somebody were interested one day, they could replicate it true to how the original was in another material. And you're not losing that.
I agree.
All right.
Okay. We can ask.
Please
and
do.
Hopefully one of them would agree, so
Thank you.
thank you.
We're just looking at the decision here. Do we have all the pieces in it?
Sorry.
I think what you did there, number 2, is great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. All right.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
Motion to approve the minor site plan decision for 581, 591 Main Street.
Thank you. Do we need to close the hearing first? I just realized on something like this.
It's kind of an unofficial hearing.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. So a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Great, unanimous, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the extra time that it took to discuss this and try to come to a meeting place.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, we have a minor site plan review for 4854 Village Street. That must be you folks here, yes? Are you here for the Village Street minor site plan review? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for meeting to see us tonight. My name is David Trinello, and I represent Kevin Emery and Eamon Fee. We're the managers of 48 to 54 Village Street LLC.
Oh, wait, hold on, you know
I'm
what?
sorry, I think we have to
Great.
read a public hearing
There-
notice first.
Yes, thank
Sorry.
you, I was just
This is you getting on a
thinking
roll.
about how I'm thirsty, okay. Have a drink of water.
Okay, I can read it out. Notice is hereby given that under sections 4.3 and 4.6 of the Reading zoning bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission, CPDC, will hold a public meeting on Monday, November 7th, 2022 at 10 p.m. in the Select Board Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and through the remote and online measures below to hear the minor site plan review application submitted by property owner Kevin Emery for the property located at 4854 Village Street, Assessor's Map 17, Lot 192. The applicant is proposing an increase of over 500 square feet in gross floor area in new construction for a 4-unit multifamily redevelopment. A copy of the application and accompanying plans are available to the public at Town Hall by appointment and on the town website the Thursday prior to the hearing.
Thank you. Now, please, okay, start again.
Thank you. Again, David Trinello, represent Kevin Emery and Eamon Fee, managers of 48 to 54 Village Street LLC in connection with this application. For minor site plan review, we've previously been before the ZBA and got a special permit under 7.2. That's an existing non-conforming 4-family that is in conjunction with town staff and the developer to be torn down and rebuilt as a 4-family, changing the footprint of the building so as to make the non-conforming setbacks on all 4 sides conforming. In all other respects, the building is to remain a 4-family, except that the plans are to make the building less transient and that they're gonna condo the building and make it 4 condos. Parking remaining the same, ZBA approved parking, the designs, the building and site plans as presented at the special permit hearing. And we are here for minor site plan review so that we can receive this body's approval with regard to the thing that ticked the box for adding more than 500 in gross floor area, 500 square feet in gross floor area. Uploaded to the server today was a proposed landscaping design plan. There is some existing fencing in terms of trash and other maintenance that's going to be left up to the unit owners once the construction is complete and the units are sold. And it's a fairly simple, straightforward tear down and rebuild. We got the special permit was issued, granted by the ZBA. We're waiting for the appeal period to run, I think, Andrew, correct? And we'll take any questions and comments that the board might have. Thank you.
I don't like always going first.
I know, and we do, we have the plans here and, we're submitted. Is that what you have up there? Okay. If you're going to go first, go ahead and go first.
All right, on the left side of the plan that Andrew has in front of him, you've got 18-foot parking spaces. I don't think just eyeballing it, that the rightmost two are actually 18 feet because they're angled down. If I may show just a. If this is 18 feet and you've got a edging that's going angled down, I don't see how you get 18 feet here.
Well, that parking space on the left is, if you follow the left boundary, it's more than 18 feet.
Okay.
You know, the minimum is this here is 18. This might even be 19, and that might be 19'6".
Okay, but the plan, what confused me is the plan is showing 18 feet here, I'm going, well, then it doesn't go down. But if
yes,
you're
the
going
guy just
18
called
feet
it
here,
out.
back up works fine.
Yeah, he just called it out as 18 feet. He should have.
Okay, and I did, while I'm here, I did have another question. It's kind of strange that you could get 15, how big is this balcony? Because I.
Balcony's only about, it's might be 1 foot outside the building and 2 feet into the building.
Okay.
But if you can picture this lot line, if the way it's traveling, like 15'8", and then you've got 15'1", so it's all the time shrinking.
Yeah, but then you get 15.3 here and 15.1 there. It looks like something might be off a little bit.
Well, I think he's done a pretty good job of.
Okay.
So,
Can I comment on that?
Certainly.
This particular lot took our engineer a long time to reconfigure because if you looked on the assessors map, it's more square footage, and what he had to do is he had to start from 2 blocks away, come all the way back, all the way down the street to a lot, and we lost some square footage because the lot itself was on the deed was very vague, and so he had to bring it all the way back down every house lot all the way down, and it did actually reduce the size of the lot. And so the engineer was right on this, and I mean, I see your concerns there, but we worked together with him, make sure that was precise, and worked together with the building inspector, make sure we don't have any violations, because we've been working together with the building inspector since we bought it in April. What process we had to go through to get to where we are today.
Yeah.
and just to maybe add some clarification to that topmost 15.1 feet, that's to the corner of the building because the stairs and platform are exempt from the setback requirement. So that goes to the corner of the building, not to the edge of staircase, just to.
I will say that it's nice to see a higher density, small lot as opposed to 45 units built. So I actually like it. It's nice to know that it can be done, especially with the MBTA regulations coming up.
What are the materials on the outside?
We're gonna go with hardy plank.
Okay.
We're doing a project right now on the corner of Sumner and Woodbine with the same material. And we'd probably go with similar colors also. It's navy blue with the white. It's the in vogue thing these days, you know.
Leave that up. The existing structure, is it, right, you're adding mass here somewhere, right? Is the existing structure, is the back half only 2 stories, or like sort of what's the difference?
Okay, so
between what you have,
the
what's
existing
there?
structure is, if you look at the front, I don't know, do you have pictures, Andrew? It was more of an A-frame with dormers in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And the back part of the building was just 2 stories. So it was an A-frame, flat, and then two stories. I don't know if you have pictures up. Yeah, so.
Take me a minute.
So we did add, the reason why I guess we're here is because we had more than 500 square feet. The building the first floor of the building is even a little bit less. Because the way the zoning calls out is the bays and the porches, which, we don't have in that. So the first floor footprint is a little bit less than the new building. But the over square footage is more than 500. And again,
And that 500 is probably coming from that third story in the back half.
Exactly.
All right. I just wanted to sort of understand where we're at.
Because it was in the
A-frame and flat.
Yeah.
And what is the roof of this new structure? Is it all flat?
Excuse me?
Is the new roof?
Yeah, the new structure's a flat rubber roof would be on that building now. And I'll just stand here in case more questions.
So that's the rest of
Yeah.
the additional 500 feet.
I mean, like I said, the footprint is less because, again, of the bays and the porch, but also we made the building conforming by move. The violation was, non-conforming was the front yard setback. And so when we knocked the building down, we're moving the building to make it conforming, so that's part of the results.
Oh, so that's where, okay, I get it. I actually think this looks like it works well for the site, and if you can actually make it fit within the setback, that's great.
So that's a picture that's similar,
Oh, that's what it is now.
yeah. Similar to that, put it that way.
Yeah, I have no further comments. I agree with Tony's sentiment. It's nice to see a middle of the road type project like this. Missing middle, right?
Right?
I'll try not to use the housing production plan lingo.
Any comments from Zoom on this?
Do not see any hands raised at this time.
So when you went through ZBA, right, you went through, right, they went through with the parking, right? You guys had discussions with them, about parking and at this point, right, because we don't want to go and change something that the ZBA already agreed to. Like and as long as we don't see anything that's glaringly wrong, like that creates all sorts of problems that no one wants.
Right.
So,
And what's the total height of the building?
It's less than 35 feet. What, you mean, you know exactly?
I think it's 32 feet.
Yeah, 32 feet, and that's based on the average grade because, as you mentioned, the grade changed from front to rear.
and then what are you doing there in the front? I'm just looking at your I'm sorry,
There's a front,
looking
yeah,
at-
so we'll do
I'm looking at the landscaping plan here, right? You have from this graphic I'm looking at, it looks like you're gonna do like brick walkways or something.
Yeah.
And then is the sidewalk on your property, or is is it town property? Is it town, and that's staying, you're not doing anything with the sidewalk?
No, we're gonna put in, first.
Well, that grass meridian there between the sidewalk and the street, I mean, we're gonna clean that up. It's very tacky looking.
And the driveways, is it using the same curb cuts that are there already, or, okay, all right.
The parking's pre-existing pretty much the way it is now.
The way it is, all right.
And, yeah, it'll be stone, brick walkways with, stone in front before that, yeah.
Belgian block.
Belgian block in front, yeah.
Your application mentioned no parking on that side of Village Street. Is that an assumption on your part, or is there actually no parking signs, do you know?
I think the neighbors were there at the last meeting, and I think that side of the road is no parking, but there's public parking on across the street. Because it's a two-way street.
Yeah.
I think that'll be nice.
Thank you.
I did have another question, just on the front sketch on the plan, just out of curiosity, on the top floor, it looked like there were railings and doors going out of.
Yeah, there's a.
Is that actually like a
Like a
usable
Romeo,
balcony?
Romeo Juliet balcony type
Yeah.
thing. That's trying to have some character in the front of the building, to take the boxy look away.
Yep.
And so we decided to go with the bays and then the little small balcony up top.
And those are doors that people will
Yeah,
actually be
it'd
able to
like,
go out?
Yeah, well, single glass doors. Open it up.
I feel like I'm ready
Changes
for a
or
vote. Any
comments?
other changes or comments?
Not for me.
Do we have a decision?
Nope.
And there are no more Zoom?
And so you met with neighbors?
Yes, I went around the neighborhood, left a leaflet and to call me, I didn't get any calls. We had about probably 6 or 7 families show up at the ZBA meeting. No concerns about the product in general, the way, obviously the concerns about parking and, you know, what the, what's gonna look like. But I think it was pretty much would like to see something new there because the building's kind of like falling down and people like the idea of it being owner occupied versus rental.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, so just have the decision when we're
Yeah,
ready.
yeah.
Just noting the applicability of why minor site plan review is triggered. Addition of new floor area over 500 square feet. Noted the S15 zoning and some of the pre-existing non-conforming dimension requirements of the lot or pre-existing lot, as well as the dwelling itself. Noted the proposed use. Was this a true statement, Dave or Kevin?
So that's the intention, that
Yeah.
it will be turned over to the Association of Unit Owners in accordance with the condo documents and condo law.
Do we need to say that,
I
then that's the
was wondering
intention
that.
rather than it will?
We can stop it at for sale. if it makes sense.
I would think probably just for sale, contained in every condoization is the requirement under 183A that the association be responsible for the maintenance of the building.
Knowing the dimensional controls of the proposed building, 32 feet based on the average grade. Noted some of the differences from the front to the rear there, the setbacks that'll conform to the setback requirements of the S15 zoning district, unlike the pre-existing dwelling. And just noted the lot coverage as another dimensional requirement, just coming in just under the 25% allowed. And noting the pre-existing 8 parking spaces are to be maintained tandem style, and the on-street parking regulations that Tony mentioned. Noted the special permit and some of the landscape items that were submitted today, including the stockade fencing, maintaining the existing trees and a series of plantings along the front and side. And that plan also noted access paths to trash and recycles receptacles in the rear yard. And that was all I had. So, and then conditions are standard, pretty general conditions on construction hours, building facades, landscaping, maintenance.
If you go up 2 pages, you had an asphalt walkway, was that correct, after the asphalt access path, trash?
That's what was noted here.
Should it be asphalt or whatever the stone was you mentioned?
Stone was in the front, asphalt was gonna be in the back where the bin's gonna be.
Okay, that's fine then.
Okay. That's good. Alrighty, are we ready for a motion?
Sounds like yes. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the site plan decision for 4854 Village Street.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Plan, coming
see
from
you.
a late night appointment.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in town. I've been here 21 years, but you guys have been busy, I take it, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you, good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a few other things. There's a lot release endorsement on.
There is. So CPDC actually voted to release the lots on your February 28th, 2022 meeting. The applicant has moved forward on a number of the lots and dwellings. They're closing on at least one at this time, and actually in other recent subdivisions as well, they've begun to request a signed document that the lots have been released. Typically it's a Form L that we just give to the building inspector from staff. But now this has become more common, and we should probably start implementing it again if we can.
Yeah, so just to add to that, it's having a document recorded that shows that a lot was released from the covenant seems to be something that is now required for a property to sell. A property that's part of a subdivision to sell.
Okay.
So, at least in recent years, and I don't know if you remember, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, we actually had to recreate a few from like really old subdivisions. Yeah, which like of course the lots were released because they were built upon and like people have lived in the properties for like, but like
then they couldn't sell the house?
current sale wouldn't go without the document showing that it was released, so, yeah.
So do we need to vote on this, or do we just pass this around and sign it?
Voted on it in February.
Yes, I don't think you need
It's
to
just
do
a
so.
signature.
Oh, right.
And then they can take it and notarize it and record it.
Right.
Okay.
No, they can't. You have to be there for a notary.
Well, we will have it notarized by our,
But you're supposed to be in front of the notary
That's
when it
correct.
gets signed.
that's
Yes.
correct. Our notary might be watching the meeting at home right now.
It's the recording.
Sure, we'll go with that. Andrew, can you bring up the document for a second?
Sure thing. Give me 1 second.
She works for me. She's in the office. She knows all you guys. She used to take minutes for you.
She can watch
She
it.
watches pretty much all
Yeah,
the
she
meetings
can
all
watch
the
the
time.
Watches.
She's
Sound club?
familiar with pretty much everything that happens in this town.
Is it the town clerk?
It's Kim Saunders.
All right, the first line, right at the top. Lot release.
Oh, gosh.
I would also,
Do you want to add 6?
yeah, I would also note that it's a 6-lot subdivision and this only includes lots 1 through 5, so we should look to add 6 as well.
It does no harm.
Right, and you already voted to release all 6, so
Yeah, we better have that be correct.
rather than do this a third time in the future. I can go grab that.
So we need, just to
I
print
can
that
just
out,
pass
then we
it
can pass it
around,
and sign it, okay. Do we wanna do the update on the MBTA communities?
Yeah, sure. So,
Well, Andrew goes and gets that, okay.
so I think I mentioned last time that Reading was selected as one of 6 communities, I think, to be part of like an early action technical assistance with certain consultants in the state to sort of test the compliance model that they're rolling out. So it's been fun. It's this very complex spreadsheet. It's very good. It's very comprehensive. And we were able to choose up to 5 zoning districts to plug in sort of like all our current zoning and answer a million different questions. And then what they do is because we're doing the early action technical assistance, we don't have to do this piece ourselves, but we gave them shape files for the districts, so they have like all the parcels, and they basically plug all the parcels in to these different parameters, and then it's gonna like spit out magical numbers. So, but what we've learned while working through it is that model is not designed to handle split zone lots, which like most of Business A is, on South Main Street. So actually, let me back up for a minute. So the 5 zones, and let me just pull up, GIS real quick.
So what you're saying is split zone lots, which are just like a bad news
They
thing.
were a bad idea.
All the way around.
Like there's nothing, is there any advantage to them? It's just,
No, it was,
Yeah.
it was
Just a
100
relic.
feet off of
it
the
was
main
lazy,
street.
or, I don't wanna say lazy, it was
it probably felt
lack of
equitable.
sophistication.
Yeah.
Pre-digital.
Yeah, lack of
Yeah.
sophistication.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, yeah, okay. Yeah, the way things were measured were off the center line. Yeah.
Right, typically, although we do have some districts like A40 right northeast of downtown that's like really odd shaped. Maybe they made the zoning fit the uses or something back then, I don't know. So just, I'm not on the Zoom. I got booted out of the Zoom because I lost my internet. So I didn't get back in, but yeah, you wanna just share it. So basically,
Do we need to put the date?
Notary does that.
They do that?
It is the date of the notary.
So I know last time we had talked about like a number of the different districts in town, and I had mentioned that like Business C might be an opportunity for us, as well as the Gateway Smart Growth District, like kind of outside of the downtown. That we would like see how far we could get with downtown, but then maybe look to see if we could meet the total requirement by piecing together some other areas. So when I looked to figure out what districts to plug into the model, we actually have some very specific zoning for Business C that like will not work at all. Like it's like a maximum density of 8 units per acre or something like that. I don't remember all the parameters, but it's like very restrictive. So that would be like a lot of changes. And I'm just not sure it's where we wanna focus our energy. And then, so Business C is this like lime green right here. And then we have the Gateway Smart Growth District, which we already know what we can get there, right? Because the zoning specific, it's 10 acres, we have 200 units, it's 20 units an acre. Like we know what we have there. So I didn't wanna like waste one of the slots in the model with that. So what we did is we put this downtown smart growth district in. We limited in the parameters, we limited to what's allowed by right, so like the 20 unit an acre. Because the model would like in no way, or no way account for like, if you're seeking a waiver and then you get to choose your own adventure and then you get like plus then it's like taking it kind of out of that by right realm.
Right, no, it makes sense, it's measurable, yeah.
Right, so like even though it's possible we likely we could get more downtown, like in the model, we're just having them run it based on 20 units per acre, kind of leaving it at that. So we included this, and then this A40 district, I'm like forgetting you're not seeing my screen, but he's doing what I'm doing. So this A40 district here is also mostly within half a mile of the train, so I put that one in. And then down on South Main Street, we did the 2 Business A districts. And then over in the southeast corner of the town, that dark blue is an A80 district, which is like currently like built out with some, 6-story buildings. How tall are those buildings?
6.
There's like a decent number of multifamily buildings down there, and we couldn't find any like specific, besides just the general restrictiveness of our multifamily zoning, there wasn't anything else like layered on top to make it like either like something like it's a foregone conclusion, like we know what we can get there, or like it's really difficult and will never happen without like major changes. So those are the districts that we're having them like look at. Earlier today, because we just got word like last week, that the model doesn't know how to deal with split zone lots. So can you zoom in a little bit on Business A? So like tons of the lots in Business A are split zone. So then what we had to do was either decide like assuming that we change the zoning boundary, right? What's in and what's out. So they can run some kind of analysis on the district, right? So what we did was just, a lot of the properties are like right, fronting on Main Street. So we did like the first property fronting on Main Street is all in, even if it's split zone with A40, S15, it's all in, right? And that's basically what we did. and they're mostly already developed with businesses, some are developed with multifamily uses and things like that. Just so that we can run an analysis and see what we get. The outcome of the analysis, besides just a magical number, is that the technical assistance folks will actually make recommendations. Like they'll test out some different things. Like, okay, if you change this setback to, if you reduced it to this, like what other capacity could you get, right? So they'll give some like specific recommendations about how we might look to change the zoning to like get more capacity. And these districts, these business A districts, and then A40 and A80 are quite restrictive actually when it comes to multifamily development. So they have really large setbacks, low lot coverage, lots of other things. I put it all
High
in them.
minimum area.
Oh, yeah, and then that's another good point. So the model also does not account for undersized lots. So like anything undersized just gets thrown out, right? So they're not thinking about like total acreage, like, and then a developer being able to like compile a few parcels. They're just like taking them out. So one recommendation that I would think we would get actually is to do away with a minimum lot size requirement. Just so we can include all the rest of those. And there was one, oh, and then the other thing the model does not account for is like existing units, right? So they're just looking at like a blank slate, like what kind of
What's the
capacity you get. So there we're gonna lose a bunch of units we have downtown, right? Because we're taking our 70 unit per acre buildings and then we're taking those properties and we're looking at 20 unit per acre. So that's like very
That'll be
unfortunate.
interesting.
And I need to follow up on that because I think that differs from what the guidelines actually allow, but, or at least the prior version of the guidelines seemed.
From the draft.
Yeah, so they said that the model and the guidelines are supposed to be blank slate and not take into consideration existing units, but that's not what they said before, so I'm not sure exactly. But so we shall see what we get. They did make a comment when we met with them last week that they think we can get there with our downtown smart growth district, and I was like,
Even at 20 units per acre.
I was just like, no, maybe I'm wrong. But we did.
It's so weird. This is such like, right, it's just like the SHI game that gets played.
It's all a game.
And it's so disappointing that it has nothing to do with actual production in finding sites that are available that additional, multifamily housing production can be.
Short of building over the train tracks.
Wait, did
I
I
mean,
give you
not
guys
just
the
here,
update
but, like-
about, did I mention, when was the last meeting? Was it before or after? Oh, they released an update to the guidelines.
Right.
Actually.
Yeah, you
I
emailed
sent
it.
email that to you
Yeah,
guys?
yeah.
Okay, so they changed, so we can include the downtown smart growth district from like does it meet these criteria? And the fact that we're requiring 25% affordability is no longer like gonna preclude us from including the district.
Right.
So that's a big win, like, now it's
So
like.
there are some things that are like
Yeah.
making common sense.
Right. That it's not all the way there though. Like there's still some crazy thing. Like they updated it, but like not fully. So it's like still a little weird. But I don't know. At least like for Reading's purposes, like our district can now at least be in the running to possibly.
Well, it'll be interesting because it gets to a point, and I understand why it gets to this point, because ultimately you've got to like people have to figure things out, but it'll be interesting to see what the results are, because Reading, I think, is doing it right, and if it doesn't show that we can produce the right number of units here,
right,
that's an indicator of
But-
the system.
Right, but the funny thing is, why I said what I just said is like, take someplace like, I don't know, someplace else that has, bigger lots that aren't developed because they've been resisting development.
Oh, right, yeah, and they might be
Right.
able to do it because they've got the bigger lots, right?
And they have bigger undeveloped lots and, stuff that's like stashed over in the, the ugly corner of town. They can like, oh yeah, that's all like the industrial
Right,
thing.
we'll redevelop that.
Yeah, and it's all dirty,
Right.
right? It's all contaminated. No one's ever gonna be able to develop on that.
There you go.
Right? And like, but they'll be able to get their stuff through, right?
Yeah.
Cause, right, contaminated sites, as long as it's not like an AUL or something on it, then they'll.
Right.
I don't mean to be cynical, but
Well, there's a property next to where those movie theaters are,
Which town?
Woburn. And they're going to be filling in some of their wetlands in order to put up
Life
biomed.
sciences.
Yeah.
Because they're reducing the parking required for the movie theaters.
That is the most parking I have ever seen in my entire life.
Is that over the show?
At that movie theater?
There is a lot of parking.
I think even
They
when
could, they
people
could
went to
use
the
some
movies,
wetland,
that was a lot of.
yeah, they could use some wetland restoration there by tearing up like half that parking lot.
But that's not what they're going to do.
But as we saw tonight, an 8,000 square foot lot, got 4 units, 3 bedrooms each, parking for 8 cars, and it comes out at 22 units per acre.
Yeah.
And it met the setbacks.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you couldn't just take the S15 district around the train, go half a mile out, and say you can put up multifamily as long as you meet the requirements. That's the only difference, really. The lot size was smaller than the 15,000 required, but every single lot down there, I want to say, is smaller than the 15,000, or 99% of them. And it met, it was multifamily versus single family. You could have it done tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm sure that would go smoothly.
It would only be a simple majority of vote of town meeting. So that makes it like slight bit easier, but.
And it's not that you're putting up 50 units, 27 units, a huge. You're basically putting up, around my house, they've built, I'm gonna go with 8, or if you go up to Salem Street, there's probably 10 two-families. Everything they've built in the last
Yes.
4 years has been nothing but two-families.
Yeah.
So, you're looking at 3 and 4 families who are owning the property. They're not, most times they're not rentals. The only negative here is that as you're expanding the number of units, you're also increasing your requirement for affordable units.
Is this, what's
This
this
is
circle?
just a half mile from the depot, just to give an idea of what the land area we're looking at, and geography from that radius.
So I guess another thing is like so the compliance model is not available for public consumption or for other communities yet, which is like just keeps pushing up against the January deadline. Like I'm not allowed to just show it to anybody. It's like still very private, but like at some point, like once we know what this report shows, we can actually we have it, so we could, I don't know, we could try to use it now, but like plug in some other things and try out some other areas, right? And like see what else we might be able to do. Because like even if we do decide business A is the place to do it, like I mentioned, we'll have to change the zone boundary, and that's not gonna be an easy thing to do, especially where it like abuts S15 and right.
So that's something that not only the compliance model like physically can't handle, that's something that they would deem like not truly in compliance.
Well, and we have to submit an action plan by January 31st, right, to remain in compliance in 2023. So in that action plan, if we decided we want to go with business A, then one of the things we would have to do is change the zoning, right? So the zone boundary would need to change to actually fully include the parcel, right?
Okay.
Because like the other thing there's other things we could do, but like we have a section in our bylaw, section 3.4, that allows for zone boundaries to shift, but not for the purpose of developing multifamily housing. So like, it's specifically excluded. So we could change that. We could change the zone boundary. I mean, there's different options there, but like in either case, there's like zoning work that would have to be done, right?
Got it.
And then in the case of business A, I'm sure we would need to do away with minimum lot size, or at least reduce it more, like take away the crazy setback requirements, maybe increase the amount of lot coverage you can get, like a lot of things need to happen. So I'm assuming that they're gonna come back with a report kind of like listing all those things and maybe making some specific recommendations. So we're supposed to have the report by Friday. So, and then we at least know, like, we have some idea of how much of a hurdle, or like what else whether we need to really start considering other things. So
Does it have to be a zone or can it be an overlay?
it can be an overlay. Yeah, and so that's like the other thing too, is like they can be easier, but then they can also make things more complicated. I think like, yeah.
I mean, you work your way backwards. All right, how much room do I need? And that's why I'm kind of confused on the model, because if they're throwing things out, it's like, how do you determine how much room you need to put on 20 units per acre? If you've got 1,000 square feet, can I get it? Do I need, what's their minimum that they say they need to be able to build?
So they have made some assumptions on, and I don't remember specifically because they went through them quickly. They've made some assumptions on like how big a unit would be, right? Like they're not looking at like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. They're like looking at a unit and like taking an average size and being like, this is a housing unit, right? And then we put in our parking requirements, like, so they use those and they have certain parameters and metrics to figure out like how much area gets devoted to parking. And then they look at whether we have an open space requirement and whether we are allowed to, our zoning allows to count setback area towards open space area, right? And we don't really have anything that says you can't in most of our districts. And then like with downtown, it only gets really wonky once you get into that waiver section, so we didn't really have to go there, since we just stuck to by right downtown. So the model asks a lot of questions and tries to account for like a lot of different scenarios, since it's supposed to be like a one size fits all model for like every community. That's 175 communities that are like trying to cram their zoning into it. And so they did a lot of work. It's definitely complex. I don't know the extent to which it's like really put together by people who don't plan things in communities on the ground. I don't know. So.
All right.
TBD on that.
So we also have, I can hear the clock chiming,
I'm sorry,
11.
can I,
Yeah.
one last question. Is that the tool though that is gonna determine whether, like, what the production of the zoning is in their eyes?
Yes. Right, that is, yes. So, right, it's like, does the district meet certain requirements is one hurdle, and then can the district like meet the unit capacity requirements is the second hurdle, right? And that's how they determine unit capacity. So.
All right, anything else on that?
Thank you,
So,
Julie,
did
for
I
getting
cover
us into
that?
the early action
Sure.
phase.
Yes. Like they had to give it to us because of the whole 40R shenanigans. I actually applied late, but they were like, okay, yeah.
So we have a bunch of minutes to approve. And I think we kind of have to approve them because they are important for the record.
Yeah.
Did anybody take a look at any of them ahead of time?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I already provided those changes to.
Oh, good.
But not all of them.
Right, so you have another meeting in December where you can like do more of them. You don't have, because you don't have
So
to
we could do
submit.
like a couple now?
Yeah,
At this time, December is pretty open, but who knows?
it's still like many
That's right, it's November now, right. Well, should we try to do 2 sets now? Because 5 seems like an awful lot, unless everybody has looked at all of them.
5 or 4?
What's that? Did we
There's
do
5.
5 before?
There's 5 sets.
Yeah.
To do.
Yes, there are 5 sets.
So somebody added it because when I downloaded the
Timer was completed at 3 p.m., 3:30, 4 p.m., whatever time it was today. That took however long.
Well, I only reviewed 4 out of the 5.
That is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's start with April then. I had no changes to April, but other people probably caught things.
Page
I did
8.
provide a comment. Sorry, I should screen share this too. Page 8.
1, 2, well, 4th paragraph, they all start Mr. DeRezzo. Thank you very much. Mr. DeRezzo said that at some point the CBDC should, there you go, talked about how the site is the meets.
Oh.
Site. I don't know where that came from.
See anything else? Page 10, 2nd paragraph. Mrs. Fina asked for more,
Pam got me on that one.
Okay.
I think.
that was all my comments.
Anyone else? Are we still reading?
I wasn't there, so I have
Oh,
no-
wait, yay, okay. I mean,
have-
it was not great that you weren't there, but yeah, but.
And you've already got my changes
I
made?
did, yes, thank you.
So we could take a motion to approve unless others are still looking at it.
Yeah, can you put the date up for me? Because I have a dead Wi-Fi situation.
It was April
Oh,
11th.
it's April 11th,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry.
All right, motion to approve, thank you. The minutes from April 11th, 2022,
As amended?
as amended, sure.
Second, all right, all in favor?
I'm
Okay,
gonna abstain.
and, yeah,
Just
so 4 approve, 1 abstain. Let's go to May 16th.
16th.
You've got my changes for
I
May.
did, thank you.
I was wondering when I saved it, but I guess I did not.
I have no changes. Of course, I was not present either, so,
I was also not there.
but I did watch it on TV.
Oh, yeah, I think I watched the video.
Make sure I'm gonna find this again.
How can I get onto the Wi-Fi? I usually use my phone, but they must have town guest and then
I thought guest was no password.
Yeah, there's no password on Town Guest.
maybe my computer's just being really slow.
It's a bit wonky sometimes.
Everyone in this room, it boots me off the internet and then back on and off and on constantly. And I'm on town staff. I don't know why.
It's bad.
Yeah, I think my computer's old.
Yeah, maybe it's just being really slow for me. I'll
Yeah.
give it a few more.
I don't have changes on this one.
It's perfect time. I don't think I won.
Don't think I would.
So sad. years. Yeah, probably problems in like numerical order, right?
Exactly.
The same row. Oh, that was good.
Back to work tomorrow.
Yeah. Guess we're not quitting. They say it's probably too soon. It's probably too soon.
Screwed that one up.
What's that?
Screwed that one up. Wanted to get a copy of the new meeting minutes. And I said, okay, right click, make a copy.
Did you delete it?
No, it didn't delete it. But I probably copied it somewhere. Somewhere in the ether it is.
At work earlier this spring, I deleted my entire inbox. I meant to delete like the last 3 months of email. And then the thing was, it's just like it just went to my trash. But I was like, so I'll just go get them. But then all those emails were mixed in with
All
the
your
emails that I really actually meant to trash. Just like, oh, what do I do?
Can't
So I just
control
left
Z, though.
everything in trash for the past, it's been like, 4 months, just in case there was something I needed. And there have been a handful of times where it's like, oh, where did that email go? And it's there in my trash.
Does your trash like delete after 30 days though?
No,
Just
it
gotta watch out
doesn't.
for that.
So Christmas
Yeah.
time, I'm just finally
Yeah.
I'm deleting my whole inbox. I'm deleting my whole trash box. Like anything I haven't needed since then.
What email server has a button that enables you to delete your entire inbox?
Well,
All of them.
it was, yeah,
It's one
what I
button
was
by
doing,
accident.
and I may have been, I was like on the phone and I was like, what was happening was that, you guys keep reading, but what was happening was that I had emails in there that were like a year old, and usually I go through about every quarter and I'd move them, so I was getting confused between May 22nd, 22 and May 22nd, 21, so I just went in there to go delete like 3 months of email. And I accidentally, instead of highlighting 3 months, I highlighted my entire inbox and hit delete.
I see. It's more than just a one-step process though.
No, it's like I have, it was multiple steps of all this.
However, if you're on the left side of Outlook and you've selected a folder and you hit delete,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
Yeah,
delete
it's
all that.
gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or into your trash.
Into your trash, you can get it back.
Shift delete. It's gone.
You have to really try to do that. Okay, now that I've told you my little story, anybody done with the minutes?
I don't have any changes. I'm good.
We're on May right now.
Yep.
Okay. Didn't make any changes yet.
Yeah, well, Pam had some earlier.
It was a painful meeting to even reread.
It is, right?
Is Johnson Woods there?
Johnson Woods is there again.
Yeah.
Yep, typical May.
Yeah.
Leaves.
Yeah. All right. a long time ago.
Let's feel
So
like
we're good for May.
Yep, yes, and that, you've got the date there.
Yes, now that I have Wi-Fi. Okay. Motion to approve the meeting minutes for CPDC for May 16th, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
I'll abstain, I wasn't there.
Okay. 4 in favor, 1 abstained. You wanna do another one or do the next, or read the next 3 before the next meeting and then just approve them at the next meeting?
I'm on 9/12.
You're on 9/12?
Because I wasn't here for 8/8.
Happened to 7.
7 did not include 459 Main Street.
So we still have
she's
7,
been,
but we did.
skipped for now.
Okay.
You wanna do one more or do you wanna adjourn?
Your call.
Let's do one more.
Love it.
So we're on
June
6:13.
13th. And
Yep.
these ones I think I need to read.
Page 6,
Right into it.
final paragraph. Second line, very end.
Page 6, you said.
Right.
Final paragraph, second line towards the end.
So be reconfigured so the entrance and exit are not so close to one other.
So the garage should be reconfigured so the entrance and exit are not so close to one another.
I'm sorry for being pedantic. But I went to public school and they taught me the English.
Oh, since this is about the Matera cabin sign, the font is not the same. It's very disappointing. And you know what's really disappointing? Reading's R on the high school field is now the Rutgers R. How on earth can a big 10-foot R not be the right font? It drives me crazy. It's not the Reading R. It's not round. It's squared.
Right, you're right. I
It's
haven't
not-
put it together as the
it's not.
Rutgers are.
It's Rutgers. I saw the Rutgers
Rutgers
R
had
on
it first.
before Reading.
You know what?
I'm guessing they do. I'm
It's
just
the
guessing.
block R, but here's the thing, the block R is also so the kids, when they get their letter, it is a letter like that letter.
Yeah.
So did they deliberately change it?
I have no
I
idea.
think that, I think.
Copy paste.
I think there's no.
There's no rounded R.
There's no brand control, but
There's no brand control
I also
in
think
Reading.
it may have been to look like the
Annoys me
varsity.
if you haven't figured that out.
If you're not thinking about the font though, that sign is kind of nice.
It is.
And I
You're absolutely
I
right.
think it looks like the varsity, like the letters that the athletes get.
What's that?
The letters that
Oh,
the
yes,
athletes
yeah.
get. But you're asking the school district to be branded the same way the rest of the town is?
No, I'm
No, she's talking
asking
about the
the
Matera.
school, I'm asking the Reading Athletic Department to put on their field the same R that they have on all of the uniforms that they buy.
Oh,
This is good.
you're right, those are rounded.
Oh, really?
They're not even consistent on all the uniforms though. The R's aren't consistent on all the two different.
They absolutely are. There's
They are?
a Reading logo. There's a Reading Rockets logo. It's a round R.
Is that worse?
I'll have to check.
It is.
I'm thinking about this. All right, I'm gonna pay attention now. I can't say I've paid attention, obviously.
Right, Reading.
You're a college football fan, is
Right.
Oh, yes, that way R,
Yeah,
yeah.
And
And the field one is more the block R,
Yes.
like the letter.
Yeah. It's not entirely like Rutgers. No, 'cause but it's squared off.
Yeah, the top part of the R. Okay, I'm reading my minutes here. Undersized.
Andrew, on page 5 of 9/12's minutes, under continued public hearing, 40R review, 459. I'm not sure if SPECT is supposed to be spelled SPECKED. Would you check and see whether that is correct spelling? Because a speck is a small point. This is a different reference. Right?
It's SPEC apostrophe D.
Right.
Yeah.
I think.
As in specified.
As, yeah, specification.
Andrew, on page 7, this is really niggly, but it's there.
Which one? 'Cause
June
Oh,
they're
sorry,
jumping
I'm
around.
on the June 13th ones.
Page 7.
Under the 459, like the fourth paragraph that begins Mr. Ollinger, second line, parking to 3 dedicated spaces and still maintain the 17 residential spaces. 17 isn't hyphenated.
Yep. Cute.
Also on 912 notes, page 5. Let's see here, fourth sentence down, if parking area is included, it should be if the parking area is included in the calculation.
It's like if we wanted to.
How easy is it to change size?
So,
checklist.
the checklist tabs is easy to change. So let's filter.
Right.
I don't know. It didn't give me as much time to figure it out. There's still. So remember December.
Okay. I'm done with the June 13th one. Anybody else?
Yep, I already give my comments.
Okay. You still reading? I'm all set. Let's vote on those ones and then we'll be done for the night.
All right, motion to approve the June 13th, 2022 CPDC meeting minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor? All right,
Let's
let's do the next two, the next meeting.
You had me in the
There for a
first
minute.
half, not gonna
What's
lie.
that?
You frightened me there for a minute.
Yeah.
Let's do the next two, come on.
No, at the next meeting. I'm just being slow. Okay. All right, that was pretty good. Motion to adjourn? Anything else?
Nope. Motion to adjourn.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.